Dr. Eric Kelly III, and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Trusso, you're face to face. Second, on Trusso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Trusso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Trusso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Trusso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Trusso is both social and safe. We refer to Trusso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Trusso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Trusso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Trusso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Trusso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Design is human. It's about people. It's about life. We've designed everything around us since the beginning of time. The things that we see, the things that we hear, experience, and feel. And in this evolving digital frontier that we are calling the metaverse, there are opportunities to do things that we never thought were even possible. But with innovation comes responsibility, and there will be many challenges that we must face and overcome together. I've often wondered, how do we create balance between humanity, technology, and the environment in a world that is already constructed? It's as though we are designing against the grain. This is something that many of us are trying to figure out at this technological tipping point. I personally have spent countless hours of my life, especially in the last few years, really thinking about this, thinking about how to create amazing, innovative, and artistic, immersive experiences using technology, but while still doing our part in this world to protect our people and to protect the environment. And what I've realized is that collective thinking around design is holding us back. It's become mechanical, a series of conflicting checklists and linear conventions, components of production cycles. We don't always think about design as coming from within, as inherent to our species, the human. So today I will discuss 5 immersive design considerations for the metaverse outside of these technical checklists and processes. These are considerations that are a little more qualitative, sometimes a little harder to wrap our minds around and transfer that knowledge into meaningful action. These are the things that impact our decision making and the world we live in, whether we realize it or not. And when we make this connection more mainstream, I truly believe that we can evolve the world by pioneering what artistic but responsible, immersive design looks and feels like. and what the metaverse should evolve to become and to include. My name is Natasha Rapsat, and I am an experienced designer, strategist, multi-dimensional being, an explorer traveling to see the bones of the world and to learn for the future of humanity. I have medium brown skin and dark hair that is pulled back. I'm wearing a black shirt, red lipstick. Before we get into the considerations, let's discuss immersive design for common understanding. Feel free to leave comments or questions. I will do my best to answer. Thank you for joining me today.
When you feel like you're about to hate yourself, love someone. And when you feel like you're about to hate someone, love yourself. And when you feel like it's the end of the world, breathe and remember that you have to go inhale in order to exhale deep. Like a person who thinks too much. I thought about the word genius and thought, genie in us. Then I thought, if there's a genie, then there must be wishes. So I made a wish upon my genius and became inspired to write a piece about war and the way that it destroys worlds, boys and girls weeping over spirits no longer married to the corpses that carried them as child, laughing, funny. How air forces its way back in even when we just want to exhale. Well, I didn't finish that poem because I'm a firm believer in oneness. So no matter how much I disliked the military, I kept coming to the conclusion that all the soldiers in the army are me. So I went back to my genie and I made another wish. I wished for words that would uplift. The genie sent me poems that sounded more like spaceships, because you know we've been working this great shit and we ain't made shit. I wished we could fly as a spaceship that fly so high that we no longer need to exhale because we in heaven. Fly so far and so fast into outer space that we end up turning into energy. G for genius, for genie, for magic, as you are, as you were, and as you always will be, made of the same star that you see as far, but in fact so close enough for us to shoot for, because Lord knows we need something to shoot for, because too often we are shot at. We gotta pay attention, to buy time, to train ourselves to shoot back, not like bullets, but like stars. Make wishes on the genie that you are, the genie in us, the genius in you, the only person on this earth smart enough to make the dreams that you hope for come true.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusiness.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks, and I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, our first speaker is Eddie Agassi. Eddie is a branding expert, web designer, and founder of Apricot Branding, which is a strategic branding and design firm based in the DC metropolitan area. He founded Apricot to transition ambitious visions from idea to reality so that together we can thrive. He believes that branding is a team sport and his personal success is measured by how successful his clients are through his collaborative efforts. I present to you Eddie Agassi.
Hi.
Hi, Eddie. It's so nice to meet you and to have you here today.
Hi, great to meet you as well. Thanks for having me.
No problem. So let's get started with our fireside chat. Question number one is, why is emotion so important when building a brand?
Yeah, absolutely. So when it comes to emotions, in order to have a better understanding of why emotions are so important, you have to look at it from two different perspectives. So the first perspective is from the perspective of your internal company or organization. And then the second perspective is from the perspective of your customers or clients. So let's start with the first perspective. So when it comes to like internally, in terms of your business or your organization, there has to be that strong passion that runs through your business. So it's kind of like the fuel that helps you to really push your business forward. So there has to be that sense of passion or that emotional sentiment that runs through it. So not just your employees, but also your stakeholders and just all the people who are on board. So there has to be that enthusiasm and that sense of passion that runs through the business that's beyond just making money. Because if everyone is only depending on just making money, then eventually you're going to come across like maybe like other opportunities as well. So it's really important for everyone to really be passionate about the company that you're working in and for your company to have something about it that would really energize people. And then that way you can build a more sustainable culture within your company or organization.
Okay, awesome. So what about that second part you said about the clients or your customers being passionate?
Yeah, absolutely. So in the perspective of the customer, so the way people make decisions are the way we think is that we have the rational brain and the emotional brain, and we also have the primal brain. And like several studies have been done, and we do know that the way people make decisions is that most of our decisions are actually influenced by our emotions and how we feel, because logical decisions, they tend to be very difficult to make, especially when you don't have all the details. So for example, let's take politics, for example. When people vote for a politician, they're not looking at every single detail about that person's policy because it's too complex. So the way most people think is they just vote based on how they feel about that person and if that person feels authentic to them. So that's how people think, and that's the same with brands. So it's kind of like when people buy from a brand, they're actually voting for that brand, and they're trying to vote for brands that they feel really positive about. So emotion is really crucial, and so like they need to have that sense of trust. And some industries are actually more emotional than others, but generally speaking, the primary goal of branding is for people to have that sense of trust in your company that really drives them. Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of went into the second question and we'll just keep it moving. what do you say is the first step that a business owner should take to create a more emotional connection with their customers?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first step is to really gain a deeper understanding of your target audience. So there has to be a clear target audience, and you need to like gain a better understanding of them. So for example, you need to understand like what are the emotions that drive them? What are their emotional needs? Because a lot of times they may have some subliminal emotional needs that you might not even be aware of. So by taking the time to really, speak with some of your target customers, you can gain a better understanding of what their emotional needs are. And then if you're able to really gain a better understanding of them, that would give you a huge advantage over others who are selling similar things because you're able to connect with customers on a deeper level. Yeah.
Okay. So can you provide some examples of what some of those deeper emotional needs that drive customers are?
Yeah, absolutely. So some examples are, for example, if some customers, they may have a desire to explore. So maybe they're looking for more flexibility. They want to be able to explore beyond their boundaries. So these are all examples of complex emotional needs that they may have. Some customers, they may also be looking for more prestige. So they want to feel like their status is being elevated to a higher standard. So if your brand can really tap into their self-esteem, that could be really powerful. Another example is the sense of community. So this is something that really runs really deep, is that everyone, they want to feel like they're part of a community of people who share the same beliefs as they do. So if your brand can really give people a sense of community, that can also be really powerful. Yeah, and there are many other emotional needs. So for example, like sometimes your clients, like they just want to mitigate risk, or they may have like a main problem that you're looking to solve or mitigate. So if you're able to really address these needs, you could really connect with people on a higher level.
All right. So how could somebody in a nonprofit sector kind of apply some of these perspectives that you're sharing?
Yeah, so for nonprofits, it's a little bit more tricky because when you're a nonprofit, you're trying to get people to donate instead of to buy from you. And the way most people think is they always want to have something in return. So like the decision making part of our brains is called the primal brain. And that part of our brain that's really crucial for our decisions, it makes decisions based on our personal well-being. So that's why it's a little bit tricky when you're a nonprofit, because you're trying to get people to make decisions that are for the well-being of other people. So when it comes to nonprofits, it gets a little bit tricky, but you could still definitely tap into emotions like maybe creating a better sense of trust. Because a lot of times when people donate, they see it as an investment, and they want to feel like they can trust your organization and that you're not going to do anything sketchy with the money that they provide. So by creating a sense of trust, you can really connect with people on an emotional level. And also like even that passion. So for example, if you're a nonprofit that's focused on education, if your messaging can really ignite that passion around education, that could also be a really effective way to connect with people.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Can you provide like an example in terms of, you're talking about a nonprofit building trust
Mhm.
with people to donate with them and showing them proof of, hey, this is what your money is doing. Like, what's an example of how a nonprofit could do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So one example is Charity Water. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
No.
Yeah, but one of their key value propositions that they're really known for is that they have like this guarantee that all of your donations would go directly towards water. So they guarantee people that they don't spend it on anything else, and that really helps to create a stronger sense of trust in what they're doing.
Okay.
Mhm.
So, what are some other strategies that brands can implement to create a more emotional connection with their customers?
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said earlier, it all starts by gaining a better understanding of who your target audience is, and then that way you could decide on like what's the right strategy to really connect with them. But generally speaking, the way people think is that everyone has a story. So everyone has a story. So they have certain aspirations, that they're trying to achieve, they have certain goals, and they have certain pain points that are holding them back. So when you're really speaking with your audience, it's really crucial for your message to really align with their story and who they are. So when you gain a better understanding of who they are, you can really craft your brand's messaging and their overall experience in a way that really aligns with who they are as an individual. Another example is in branding, we have this concept called self-expressive benefits. So it's really crucial for your brand to convey a self-expressive benefit. So what I mean by a self-expressive benefit is the meaning that people associate with becoming your customer. So there has to be a deeper meaning behind being your customer. So like many years ago, like people, they would just sell products or services. But nowadays, when we have like hundreds, if not thousands of competitors, one thing that's really going to differentiate you from all the others is the meaning that people attach. So there has to be like a deeper meaning behind being your customer. And there has to be a sense of prestige that people associate with being your customer. So these are all examples of ways to really create an emotional connection with people. Yeah.
Okay. So in that you mentioned like connecting or aligning with the customer's story. Like how do you elicit that story?
The story?
Yeah, the story from the customers.
Yeah. So there's this thing called it's called customer personas. That's what we use. And when we develop brands and we're trying to gain like a clear picture of like what our target audience is like. So you could actually get this information through surveys or just by taking the time to really speak to people and really gain a better understanding of, who they are and what they're like. A lot of times you could even find this information online. So there are other larger firms that they've already done all that research and they already have that information available. So it's just a matter of applying that information to really connect with people on a higher level. So once you really understand like their aspirations, especially their problems, so like what's the key problem that your customers have and what's the underlying problem? Because sometimes they may also have like subliminal needs and challenges and pain points. So when you're able to really gain a better understanding of these, then you're able to really craft your messaging for your brand in a more impactful way.
Okay. So you mentioned that there's other companies out there that have already done this research and they have it available.
Yeah.
Like, can you provide any information, like where a person would find that information or like just something to help them?
Yeah, absolutely. So for example, one example is McKinsey. They're like a market research firm. So they actually have this information already. And also you can just do a Google search. So for example, you could say psychographic data of your target audience. So let's say your target audience is like maybe women, millennial women, for example. So you can actually Google like psychographic data on millennial women in a certain region. And you should be able to find some kind of research that was done. Sometimes it's free, sometimes it's like a small fee, and sometimes really expensive. So it's just a matter of just, giving it a shot and just seeing what you can find. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
So what role does design play in shaping emotions?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we talk about design, most people, they just think just the logo in the context of branding, but it's much broader than that. So design isn't just about the logo. Design doesn't even have to be visual. Like design can even be just how you design your services. Like these are all examples of design and like the overall experience that customers have. So design is so crucial because that's what customers see, even from the first impression with your brand. Like customers, like studies have been done, and like your customers, they're already developing like subliminal, subconscious emotional responses to your brand within milliseconds, right before they're even aware of it. So that first impression is so crucial for really shaping, because the part of our brain that processes emotions, that part of our brain, it likes to jump to conclusions. So like at a subconscious level, like a lot of people, they already know if they're going to want to do business with you or not. So that first impression, it really needs to draw them in. And that's where design comes in, because design allows you to really make a really good first impression and really maintain that impression across the entire journey. So it's really crucial to really understand like what's the journey that customers go through, like what are the different channels that they use to find you online, and how can you really optimize these channels. So we use this thing called customer journey mapping. That's when we map out all the different ways that customers interact with your brand, and we think about like how can we really improve the customer's experience like across the entire journey. So it could be from, you know, visiting your website, they might get to a landing page, you might even have events that you're doing. So these are all branded touch points. So it's just a matter of thinking like, how can we really improve them, and how do we want people to feel when they come in contact with our brand? So when they watch our videos, when they read our copy, how do we want to make people feel?
Okay. So you just mentioned the customer's journey. Are there other tools and metrics that can help a brand measure, their impact on their emotional impact on customers?
Yeah, so emotion is a really, really complex thing. We don't even have the technology yet to really gain a very accurate assessment of the person's emotions, but we can definitely like have like a rough idea of how people feel about your brand. So one metric that brands use to really measure emotion is called net emotional value, NEV. Another metric is called NPS, or net promoter scores. So these metrics are used to judge like how likely are people to refer you to others, or like how good do they feel about your brand? How positive do they feel about it? So it's just a matter of like putting out surveys, and then people they can really feel the surveys, right, based on their judgments of their experience with your brand. Like how good do they feel about it, or how likely are they to refer you to others? So these are just to gain like a rough idea of how people feel, but it doesn't really process like emotions that are more complex. It's just to have a basic idea. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you say are some common mistakes that business owners make, or they can avoid when building their emotional brand?
Yeah, absolutely. So one example of like a common mistake that they can avoid is not being consistent. So it's not enough to just make them feel a certain way. It has to be consistent across the entire journey. So when your brand is able to make people feel in a certain way that other people can't, and when you're able to do that consistently, that could be a really powerful thing. So from when they visit your website, from when they watch your videos, there always has to be that consistent emotional impact, even from your events. Like they should be able to tell like which brand this is, right? Just based on how you make them feel. And when you're able to really make people feel in a way that other people can't, you can make a more meaningful connection with people. I don't know if you've heard the quote, but there's this quote that says like, people, they're gonna forget your name, they might forget your occupation, but they're never gonna forget how you made them feel. And that really captures how powerful emotions are. Yeah.
Okay. So can you provide some examples of brands that have been successful in creating this emotional connection with customers?
Yeah, absolutely. So one example is Gymshark. I don't know if you're familiar with them,
Nope.
but they're kind of like an athletics brand. So they sell like a lot of sportswear, and then so one key advantage that the founder had was that he was his own target audience. So he had a better understanding of his customers because he was targeting people that are similar to him, and people who have similar aspirations, and people that were of a similar age group. So he understood like what their aspirations were, and then he was able to really tailor the brand's messaging to really speak to those aspirations. So they knew he understood the kind of lifestyle that his target audience wanted. And then through influencer marketing, he was able to like get people to associate his brand with the lifestyle that they aspired to have, which was like a really athletic, really vigorous lifestyle of bodybuilding. So that was a huge advantage for him. And so that's like when they first started. But even today, like one of their most recent campaigns was called United We Sweat. And through that campaign, they were able to create like a strong sense of community around your brand. So they were able to like give people a sense of community by being a part of Gymshark, by becoming a customer. So that's been really powerful. Another example is in the financial sector. So a lot of people, they see finances as like, really boring. It's a topic that a lot of people like to avoid. But what Allstate did was they were able to make it funny and actually give people a sense of humor that they can associate with their brand. So they did this through their campaign, which was called Mayhem. I don't know if you've heard of it, but you might have seen it before, but you didn't know that's what it was. So they had this character called Mayhem, and he was like a physical embodiment of all the fears of their target customers. So they were able to like really communicate the idea that if you don't switch to Allstate, then mayhem might be at your door. Yeah.
Right. Very funny commercials.
It really got people to really rethink their insurance policy and like consider switching to Allstate. And it was really successful. Yeah.
It's a very good example. So what trends are there in technology in regards to brand leveraging and creating that emotional connection with customers?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, like I said earlier, we currently don't have the technology to like have like a deeper understanding of like how people are feeling, but we can definitely have a rough idea. And in the near future, we would probably be able to have like a better grasp of how people feel and like gain a better understanding of them. So like right now we have like tools like AI, we have like machine learning analytics, things like that. And then we're able to really track how people feel. There's this thing called sentiment analysis that allows us to really, and there are sentiment analysis tools that allow us to really keep record of and really analyze like the emotional sentiment that customers have. Yeah. So by having like a really centralized sentiment analysis tool, you can actually track like how your customers feel about your brand across different touch points. So from social media to maybe reading a website or a blog. And one thing about sentiment analysis is that it analyzes it based on the feedback from customers. So it's not able to really track really complex feedback. So for example, if a customer is being sarcastic, they might see that they really love something, but they're actually being sarcastic. So we don't yet have the technology to really tell if the person is being sarcastic, but we can definitely like have a basic idea of the kind of sentiment and how they're feeling. And there are also like several like customer journey mapping tools. There's also personalization. A lot of people might be familiar with it, but personalization is like a technology that allows you to really personalize the experience that customers have with your brand. So for example, like if you're running like an e-blast, you can actually personalize the e-blast with the person's name. So when you're able to really offer people a more personalized experience, you can really connect with people on a more emotional level.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you explain something? You just said e-blast. Like what exactly is that?
Yeah, like for example, there are tools that allow you to release newsletters. So like you can build an email list and then you can send like an email newsletter to like all, your customer base. And you can actually personalize these emails with their names. So when you're able to really personalize your emails, you're able to really double your open rates and get even more responses. And when you're able to really tailor your messaging based on like their individual behaviors, you can get a lot more results on that. Another example of personalization is like the Share a Coke campaign. I don't know if you've heard of it.
I think so.
Coke. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So like Coca-Cola, they allowed people to order bottles that had like the person's name instead of the regular Coca-Cola logo, they would have the person's name on it. So this really helped to generate lots of buzz, lots of PR, and it really got people to associate their drink as like something that you can really share with a friend, share with a family member, or send to someone as a gift with the person's name. So personalization is a really powerful thing. And, we could see it really developing in the near future and becoming more advanced. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would like for you to kind of walk me through a process if a brand new company was coming to you for branding assistance.
Mhm.
And let's say this is a professional service company. Like,
Mhm.
what would that process look like for that company?
Yeah, sure. So it all starts with an initial consults. So there are two types of companies, right? So you might be like a company that's starting from scratch. In that case, then it'll be a more complex process. And then we also have these other companies that they've been in business, but like maybe they have certain goals that they want to get to, or they have certain challenges that they're looking to solve through branding. So when I sit down with these companies through this initial consults, I'm able to really take a deep dive into what their current challenges are and what their current goals are, and then that way we can put together a plan to help them really get there. Yeah.
Okay, so you have the consult and you start to put together this plan. Then, like, what's the next step in working the plan?
Yeah, so like we would have like another consult to go over it, and then it would outline like the time frame, things like that, and like all the things that they need to keep in mind, and like what the next steps are, and then I would just go over it with them, and then from there we would be able to like execute on it. Yeah.
Okay,
So yeah.
so like the plan that you set up, is it kind of like a little bit of a free flow, kind of meaning like, okay, you have these ideas and you have an ideal timeline, but
Mhm.
maybe things don't take as long, or they take a little bit longer. So is this kind of like a little bit of a free flow where it can kind of ebb and flow according to what's happening with that company?
Yeah. It might vary a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so on average, like, how much time do you spend working with these companies?
Okay. So yeah, so it all depends on the project. So for example, a company might just be looking for, so let me just give you an example of a company. So like let's say they're looking to rebrand. So on average, like a rebrand could really take like up to 3 months. It all depends on the size of the company, but we would need to take some time to really do some research to really understand like the context, and like really take a deep dive into their customer base. We would also need to understand their competitors as well. And then that way we can more clearly really position their brand in a more effective way and really translate it into really powerful messaging that really connects with people. Yeah.
Okay. So if a rebranding takes roughly 3 months, what about a company that's completely starting from scratch? They aren't known at all. They are trying to build a brand. About
Mhm.
how long would you say that would take?
Yeah. So brand building is like an ongoing process. So it's like it's a much longer term investment. So if you're looking to build a brand, then that would be more of an ongoing thing. So like, we would probably just have something that we can start with. And then based on that, like we would then understand like what's the best way forward. How can we, how can we move forward from this? And then we would have maybe like a monthly, like some kind of strategy in terms of, how we can implement it every single month. And then, they would probably get like a report so that they could see, they can really track the progress. Yeah.
Okay. So anyone coming to you with a brand new company would be looking for a long-term investment in your services then.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, because like companies that are already there, they usually have like, like some kind of marketing team or in place or something. So it's much different from a company that's like brand new and they're just starting from scratch. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. So do you have any final statements or things that you'd like to share with the audience before we wrap it up?
Yeah. So one thing that I would really emphasize is they need to take the time to really rethink like what does it actually mean to become your customer? And are you really conveying that meaning through your messaging? And like how do you want your brand to make people feel? And how can you really express that right in a more effective way through your website, through your copy, and through your marketing collateral, right? Because your brand is kind of like a melody, but your marketing is the actual instrument that you use to get the word out. So in order for your marketing to get the results that you're looking for, the melody needs to really sound right, right? And the way people think is like they like melodies that really align with who they are. So it needs to really fit their personality. And that's how you really create that emotional connection with them. Is that so people, they love songs that fit their personality and songs that tell stories that they can really relate to. And that's what branding does, is that it really helps you to really craft that melody so that when you really launch your marketing, that it's more impactful and that it really attracts the right people to you. Yeah.
Awesome. I really like that analogy you just said about the melody and the instrument, because, you know, the instrument is important too, because every melody doesn't sound great with every instrument.
Yeah, absolutely. And if the instrument isn't there, then they're not going to hear it.
True. It has to be there to begin with, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, awesome. So can you just share with us, like, where can people find you online? Like, what is your website? What is your contact info?
Yeah, so people can find me online at apricotbranding.com. So that's apricot, like the color or the fruits, and then branding, apricotbranding.com. I have a really nice blog where people can learn more about branding. I even have a free download called The 5 Branding Mistakes to Avoid that people can grab from my website. And I'm sure they'll find it really helpful. Yeah.
Okay, that's really awesome. I appreciate you coming on today and sharing all this great information with us about branding. I don't have any more questions for you at this time.
Sure.
Well, but thanks for being here. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Great.
All right. So that was a great talk that we had with Eddie Agassi. He definitely shared a lot of wonderful information with us in regards to branding. So whether you are a upstart business and you are looking to make a long-term relationship with a marketing company that is invested in finding the information that you need to put your brand out there and to market you according to your melody, then please look up Eddie Agassi at apricotbranding.com. I'm sure he would be more than happy and eager to help you out with that. Also, I think another great takeaway from Eddie is just, the importance of having that data, to really be able to target not only who your market customers are, but how they feel. I think that was a very interesting takeaway of being able to connect emotionally, with your customers and kind of put yourself in their position. And if you don't know what it's like being in their position, then finding ways to, get that information and to be in that position and think and feel the way your customers are thinking and feeling about whatever services or products that you are providing. So definitely some great and wonderful, interesting information that Eddie provided us today. Looking forward to hopefully hearing some more from him in the future. But everyone take care, and we'll see you on the other side.
Hi, my name is Holly Bird Miller, and I am the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. I have 27 years in sales, marketing, business development, branding, and brand strategy. So my genius is common. What got me into the love of branding and beauty is I love to allow our professional clients to look like the best version of themselves, to elevate their executive presence. So I've surrounded myself with a global team of videographers, photographers, hairstylists, makeup artists, wardrobe stylists, social media managers, and brand strategists to make sure that we are your one-stop branding agency. So I am so proud to be the brand and beauty ambassador for the Genius is Common movement. My genius is common.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this, because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
It's time for you to start bossing in social media. For all your social media needs, you've come to the right place at the right time to get your website designed, landing page, social media platforms, and get the training you need to get in front of the people that's ready to buy your products and services. Let me train you with StreamYard, Zoom, Clubhouse, and much more. And let me help you get your virtual professionals, not assistants, because assistants can only assist you, but the virtual professionals can give you that professional flavor that you need to expand your reach and increase your revenue. Jump on in and get in where you fit in and start boxing today. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there. How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do?
sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am black business. I am black business. Tell me, are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? Listen, I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am black business.
I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business. I am black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am black business. I am black business. Are you black business? I am black business. Do you support black businesses? I support black business because I am black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am black business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Linda Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America. And my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Donna Taylor. Serial entrepreneurist Donna Taylor is a published author of the book An Imperfect Marriage Saved by Grace and travels around the United States doing red carpet interviews for various events and organizations. Donna is an upcoming fashion designer of the clothing line Fresh Look Couture and loves ministering the Word of God as well as being a motivational speaker. When she is not traveling, Donna enjoys going on trips to the beach to achieve harmony and peace within. I present to you Donna Taylor.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. It's so great to meet you. I understand we're going to be doing a fireside chat.
I guess so, yes.
All right. So why don't you start off by telling us who is Donna Taylor?
Donna Taylor wears many hats. First, I'm a mother of 3. I'm a grandmother of 5. I'm a daughter. I'm a sister. I'm a best friend. And that's just who I am as Donna Taylor, just loving me and loving the people that I'm connected to.
Okay, awesome. A lot of different hats you're interchanging there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So why do you do what you do?
I love inspiring people, especially women and young girls, because I feel that, when I was growing up in my era, we had our grandmothers, our mothers, our aunts instilling in us how to be young ladies, how to love ourselves. And we're not getting that anymore with, the next generation. And that's why I do what I do, because I feel when we empower them when they're young, we can save them. We can't save all of them, but we can save them to do amazing things in the community.
Awesome. So what makes you wake up every day and keep living?
I'm just truly thankful that every day that I wake up, I have purpose. I know with my faith and my belief that when God allowed me to wake up every day, I can just instill in people, just love me even the more and learn different things about myself and my friends and just be a positive influence in the world. I can't save everybody, but every day that I wake up, I know I still have purpose.
Awesome. So tell me more about what you believe in.
I believe in just being good to people. I believe in treating people how you want to be treated. And I know we live in a world that people may not treat us that way, but I still believe in treating people how I want to be treated, because in the long run, when people see me and hear me, they will always say she treats people how she wants to be treated, whether she's treated fairly or not. But life is about just challenges and changes. But when we stay true to who we are, then we make a difference.
Absolutely. We can't choose other people's behavior, but we can choose our own.
Absolutely.
Okay. So with all these different hats that you swap and move between, like what would you say your profession is?
By profession, I'm a testing coordinator, but just being true to me, just allowing myself to flourish and do things that I want to do. Because a lot of times we allow people, family, friends, keep us from walking into our purpose. And I've made a decision to walk into my purpose, whether I have the support that I want or not. So I still walk into the purpose that God has called me to do. And so I just feel like whatever is meant for me is going to be for me. And then as far as my profession, I don't know, I want to have my own television network. And so that's the goal. That's what I'm working towards. But right now, I'm just staying true to where I'm at right now.
Awesome. Okay. So I know it's written here that you wrote a book. Uh,
Yes.
what is that book, and tell us about it?
It's called An Imperfect Marriage Saved by Grace. And I'm a widow of 3 years on Monday, tomorrow.
My
And
condolences.
when my late husband was sick, he had cancer, and that this was his third time around. And so the third time around, we was on our way to the last treatment, and I just said, I need to write a book. And he was like, "What you gonna call us?" Like, I have no idea. But literally, when we got to UNC in Chapel Hill, the Holy Spirit gave me the name, An Imperfect Marriage Saved by Grace. And it's basically my story, my journey from 3 years old up until the final death of my late husband. And the book was inspired because a lot of times we hide behind things that we've done in our past because we allow people to make us feel less than. But everyone has a past. But when we give our life to Christ, He forgives us, but we still allow other people to keep us in bondage. And so that imperfect marriage saved by grace, it's about me, about my relationships, but it's also about relationships that you have with families, your peers, your coworkers, because any relationship can be imperfect, but if we work towards it, it can be saved by grace.
Awesome. So it sounds like there's some really good stories wrapped up in that
Yeah.
book.
Yes. 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 If people want to know who Donna Taylor really is, they just need to get the book because it's my truth. It's my truth, and I don't feel guilty about what I've done because all of my life stories and my journey has made me who I am today.
Absolutely. One of the things I definitely share with a lot of people is, you kind of have to be grateful for everyone and everything that you've encountered in your life because it all
Absolutely.
contributed to this moment.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. So I see here you have a podcast.
I do. I do. So how my podcast came about, I have a 501c3 called SHAPE. It's a mentoring organization for young girls, and SHAPE stands for Spiritual Gifts, Healing Hearts, Abilities, Personalities, and Experience. And my scripture for that is Jeremiah 29:11. And so I was selling paparazzi jewelry at the time, to make sure I could provide different things that I wanted to expose them to. And so in the end, I will always give encouraging words. And so people would come on, even if they didn't purchase jewelry, because they wanted to hear what I had to say in the end. Even my son, he was like, I just want to come on because I just want to hear what encouraging words you're giving to people. And so then the Holy Spirit was like, okay, so I need you to move it over here. And so that's how Hot Topics with Donna became, and HOT stands for honest, open, and transparent. And I believe that when we're honest, open, and transparent with ourselves, then we are able to be honest, open, and transparent with other people, because I feel when I do my podcast, I interview people all over. Some I know, some I do not know. But when we're honest, open, and transparent, it allows us to be free in our own truth, our own struggles. And this podcast has really given me so much joy because a lot of times people come on and they share so many personal firsts on this platform. So I'm truly thankful for that.
Okay, wonderful. So a lot of things that I'm hearing from you so far are really about growth and growing into your person and who you are and kind of embracing those changes and those hardships that you faced in your life. Like, what are some things about your upbringing that you would like to share and how they helped shape you?
Well, I was raised in a two-parent home, and then around 15 years old, my parents divorced. And so even, in my book, my dad was an alcoholic, and, he was verbally abusive. And so I always had this picture in my mind that my household was perfect because I had a mom and a dad, and it was my brother and I. But as I got older, I'm like, my household was truly broken. And then as a young child, you don't see that. But as you get older, you realize, wow, even though I had a two-parent home, it was still broken. And so my mom continued to instill in us, my brother and I, and we still visited my father, but at some point I just didn't want to visit anymore. And, but it made me who I am today, because I know that you can look at a book, but you really can't tell that story until you open it up and divulge into it so you can see the true person. And that was one thing about me that I had to reach back into my childhood to say, my life wasn't all that, because we want to paint this picture that, I had a mom and a dad. We didn't go without. We had everything that we wanted, everything that we didn't need, but yet and still, it was still broken. And for me, when I wrote that book, that was a part of me that's saying, hey, this is my truth. This is my truth. It doesn't mean that I didn't love my father. It doesn't mean that, I don't appreciate the things that I had. It just made me realize that I'm living in the truth to know that it wasn't all that. Because when you look back now as an adult, she did the best she could. My dad did the best they could. But then it shaped me to say, I want more. I want to be able to live in my truth and not have people feel like they have something over my head that they can say, oh, well, you remember. So, and that's how I live.
Okay, awesome. I mean, I really like that correlation with the saying, never judge a book by its cover. And oftentimes people refer to, the cover maybe not so attractive.
Right.
But you're talking about the opposite, where on the outside, the cover looks wonderful and it looks ideal, but inside it was very less than.
Right. And we don't, and when we can face our own truth, then we'll be okay. And that is a part of our healing, when we can face our own truth, because when we go through trials and tribulations, our journey is set up to help us grow, but it's up to us to say, am I going to live in my truth, or am I going to hide behind my truth because people may look at me differently if they knew the real me?
Right. A lot of assumptions to be made.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So just kind of switching gears a little bit. You're a traveler?
I do love to travel. I'm a military brat. So my 10th grade year, we got stationed in Colorado. So after that, we start traveling. I went overseas. I didn't like it at first because you get used to your norm, you want to stay. But once I started, I love it. I've visited several different states, but right now I'm here, but I do wish to travel more. So.
Okay. So you said you've been outside the
United States? I lived in Germany for 3 years. So that was a huge deal, just learning to experience. And now, like, you look back, I'm like, I could have did a lot of traveling over there, but you get used to one thing and then you're like, nope, not gonna do it. So yeah.
Okay. So what about your spare time? Because I hear, you have your nonprofit, you're working with young girls, it sounds like you're doing some work to promote your book, you're talking to people with your podcast. So like, what is your downtime like?
When I have downtime, I like to spend time with my girlfriends. The beach is my happy place. That's a place that I can reflect, because I look at the ocean and it brings me joy, because I'm like, the waves can obey to our Father. But sometimes we can't as humans, he tell them how far to come in, they stop or whatever. But no, it's just, I love my friends. I am truly big on building relationships with my girlfriends. And just, I love shopping. I love reading. I love to do fashion shows. And most of all, right now, I'm really enjoying doing my podcast and doing red carpets. So I get to experience different people and see what other people are doing in their lives. And it's just amazing.
Okay. So red carpet, I know I read about that a little bit in your introduction. So can you kind of like talk a little bit more about like what's happening on the red carpet?
Well, the red carpet is an extension of the podcast. A lot of people have started reaching out to me to interview people that they may have at a fashion show. Like, I just did one on yesterday in Virginia. And so I went and I interviewed pageant contestants. And so I just compile questions and I interviewed them on the red carpet. And it's just a way for me to get more exposure as well. and to do what I do because I love meeting new people. I'm just a people person. And so that's how my red carpets have started. So I have a couple more coming up, but I really enjoy meeting people. And a lot of times I meet people that I start building relationships with.
Okay, awesome. So when you do these interviews, like what would you say is one of your favorite questions to ask?
I just ask an array of things, and mostly, especially when I deal with a lot of women at fashion shows, my one question I always ask them, whether it's a pageant, did you always have the confidence to do this? And if not, how did you even get up the nerve to step outside your comfort zone? Like yesterday, it was a mother of 8, and she said she wanted to do the pageant last year, and she said she didn't have the nerve. She came, but she couldn't do it. And then yesterday, she said she was able to do it because she needed to do something for herself. So when I see those types of victories, it brings me so much joy because everybody's not going to step outside their comfort zone. But when I see stories and hear stories like that, that's a blessing for me.
Awesome, awesome. So in the interviews, again, I'm just curious, because I hear so much of you interacting with people in various, platforms. So, what have you heard from other people that has inspired you?
Just how they always come and say how I make them feel comfortable when they come on my platform, and how I am just true to who I am, and just being able to trust me when they come on my platform. And it feels good when you know you're making a difference, and when it may be little to someone else, but when you have people reach out that's been on your show and say, your show saved me, it allowed me to be free, it allowed me to be open, that's when you know you're doing what you're supposed to be doing.
Awesome, awesome. So, who do you think other people would say you are? How would they describe you?
Ah, my friends would definitely say that I'm a giver. They would say I'm selfless because I always put others before me. And sometimes I struggle with that because they always tell me I need to do better. And that's one thing I know that I need to work on, as a personal goal for me. But it's hard because that's just who I am. And some would be I'm sassy. Others would just I'm kind of standoffish. I think people would say I'm standoffish, or they would say I'm stuck up because they look at the outer. Um, and some would just be like, I'm just fun. I'm just who I am.
So, a lot of different sides to you.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, I think overall that makes you well-rounded.
I try to be. I try to be, but like you said, I'm just a believer. You're not going to be able to satisfy everyone, and I'm not going to be everyone's, cup of tea, and I'm okay with that. There used to be a time that I used to struggle with just the confidence to say I am enough, and so now I am enough. And I always, when I feel like I'm hard on myself, I always remind myself I'm fearfully and wonderfully made. So that keeps me, moving even the more. So I'm just going to stay true to me.
Awesome, awesome. So you were just talking about confidence, building yourself up. What are some things that have kind of helped you to build that self-confidence?
Just knowing that when people made me feel like I wasn't enough, it wasn't about me, it was about them, and they project how they felt about themselves on me. And my girlfriends, and especially my mom, she always tell me she knew from birth there was something different about me. So that in itself is a blessing, when you have your mom, because we have kids, and we know our kids are amazing, but for her to say she knew from birth that there was something special about me, because I can be standoffish even with my family, but just having her to always say I got this, no matter what I'm going through, even when I just feel like I can't do it. She's the one that always say, don't quit. You're almost there. Keep pushing. So,
Right. Right.
yeah.
It's great to have, that type of support and
Yeah.
validation behind
Yeah.
you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So it kind of sounds like the experiences that you had with your mother being that sense of support and validation for you, that you've taken that and you're like trying to share that with
Mhm.
everyone else that you encounter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Because for me, especially as a woman, a Black woman, I want women to win. I want them to win in whatever right that they're doing. And that's part of the platform too, is that we have to love each other. We have to extend that grace to other women and not say, well, she's this and she's that, because there again, you can't judge me because I can make my outer shell look however I want to. But until you open the book and get into content and see what it's about, then you can say, oh, I understand why they act this way.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So is that what you just said about, getting to know people a little bit deeper than just what's on the outer,
Mhm.
cover? Is that part of why you do the interviews, is kind of
I
like
do.
peel back some of those
I do.
pages?
I do. And and it's so funny because a lot of times when people come on my podcast, they like I do my homework, but when they come on there, they share some personal things, about wanting to commit suicide, depression. And I'm just like, wow. And and I don't take that for granted because I'm like, they trust me. They trust this platform. And and I always want it to be a safe place for them. But when they come on and share those types of things, then they're helping other people. I'm just giving them the platform to do it. But they're going to reach other people to say, you're not alone.
Right. It's kind of
Yeah.
like you're providing the microphone to,
Mhm.
expand their voice.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. So what about being on the flip side? Because I mean, right now I'm more so of interviewing you than you interviewing someone else. So what is this
Mhm.
like for you?
Um, that is another thing that I have to work on because I love interviewing people because I like, talking to people. But I know as I grow, as my podcasts grow, I know there are going to be times such as this that I'm going to be the one in the hot seat, so to speak. Um, but it's good. It's truly pushing me out of my comfort zone because sometimes we get comfortable because we're doing, but I'm comfortable right now, but it's a struggle. It's really a struggle because it's like, I want to just do the interviews. I don't want people, but I know it comes with the territory because I know more people want to know who I am. And on my podcast, I am very honest, open, and transparent about who I am. And so, but just to have someone interview me to say, okay, what is this and what is that? So, yeah, this is different.
Well, you're doing very well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
You're welcome. So we talked about a lot. We talked about your book. We talked about your podcast. We talked about you interviewing. We haven't talked about your fashion line.
Well, I do fashion shows and I wanted to create something different. I will be having original pieces and I want to have a combination of American and African print because I love fashion and I like to be different. And so I just want to make another way where I can make women feel confident in what they have on and just instill in saying, hey, you don't have to be like everybody else, whether you're 2 or size 22. And so that's when Fresh Look Couture was born. I'm just excited about where that's going to go. So I'm still learning how to sew. But it's just gonna be great. I'm excited. I'm just excited about just being able to walk into my own purpose. Right now I'm on a 35 and I'm good being at 35, and that's one thing I tell people, we need to be comfortable being at 35 instead of trying to be at 55. Because if you're not ready, if you, Helen, are at 55, I need to still do 35 because I may not be able to maintain if I'm at 55 trying to stay up with you. So yeah.
Right. Very good point. So I'm still curious about your fashion line though. Like what I'm not even sure what the word is. Like, is this going to be evening wear? Is this going to be daily casual wear? Is it sporty kind of wear?
I have no idea. I do know I want it to be more of a what's the word? Vintage look, vintage kind of American, because I love the polyester. I still have some of the polyester suits that I got from like vintage stores. So I want it to be a unique line, not like everything else you see. So kind of like the vintage, but have an American and African flair with it.
Okay, okay. So what kind of inspired you to mix these two cultures of American and African?
Well, because number one, a lot of people is not doing it. And then I have a partner that he is from Ghana. And so we kind of like, talked about it. So, and nobody is doing that. So that's how it kind of came about. And I did have a pair of pants made out of the African print. And so, but I wanted to have a mixture still of an American and the African feel.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So definitely, you're just mixing and matching and all sorts of things.
Yes. Yes, I'm mixing and matching. But no, I truly just want people to feel good about who they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, is there anything that we've missed so far? Because once again, we hit on the book, we hit on the podcast, we hit on the fashion line, we've hit on the interviewing. Like, did I miss anything?
No, unless you have some questions you wanted to ask me, so, but no, I mean, overall, I'm just me. I truly live by being honest, open, and transparent. I'm not perfect, but I strive to just be the best version of me every day that I wake up.
And I think that's all anybody can do is, wake up with a mindset of just doing your best.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So with everything that you're juggling, I'm just looking at the other end of self-care. Like, I mean, I know you talked about you like going to the beach and spending time with your girlfriends, but I mean, sometimes self-care is just taking that time for yourself as well.
Well, I enjoy just being at home. I went out last night with my mom. I haven't, did that in a long time. And it just felt good because sometimes I just like to be home and, chill. But it felt good to be out because, like I said, by the time work week is over, I'm done, and I'm getting on Saturday, I'm like ironing for the whole week, preparing food for the whole week. And because I like to prepare, if I know I have to do something, I like to prepare, just like with my podcast. If I know I have guests, I go ahead and create questions for them. And it just depends on who I have on. I do my own different look. If it's somebody doing fashion shows, so I'll get like an evening dress. But I like to prepare. I'm a prepare. I know you can't always, but when I'm prepared, I feel good. I feel good. Like last week, I didn't iron, and I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't iron for the whole week." And for some people, they'd be like, "Oh, well, I don't iron." But for me, that is like my thing. I like to know that everything is done because I'm a firm believer. Anything can happen, and if you're not prepared, then it's not going to work. Even just being in education, when I'm prepared, then even if I'm not there, then whoever's going to be in my place, they can still do it. So, but most of the time I just like Lifetime, and that's what I do and just chill. So yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like you spend a lot of time preparing.
Yeah, I do. Yep, I do. So, but yeah.
All right. So are you okay if we kind of circle back around to your book?
Yes.
All right. So you said it's Imperfect Marriage Saved by Grace, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So how long were you married?
20 years before he passed away.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But we were together a total of 30 years altogether.
Wow. You look really young.
I'm 55. I am 55.
But you are working it, girl.
I'm 55. Yes.
Awesome. Awesome. I guess juggling all these balls in your life is keeping you looking very
Well,
young.
but you know, I truly believe that God has truly preserved me. You know, and because like I said, I partied and I did all that, but I think when God has a purpose for you, he will preserve you.
Right.
He will preserve you. But no, I am like I said, we was together 30 years, and it his death taught me a lot about who I am, because like the third time around I was truly in denial. But by the third time, I knew that he was going to be gone. And I was okay with that because of my faith. And God had already told me, I'm going to be okay. Did it hurt? Absolutely. I slept with him the last 3 days of his life, knowing that he was going to pass away. And I knew that going through that journey was going to be for other women, you know. And I mean, and when he took his last breath, I was there. So.
Wow. Like that's very impactful.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. So what about that experience do you share with other women?
I basically share that there's no time limit on grief, and that you have to grieve, whether, you know, it's tomorrow, the next day, because a lot of times people say, oh, well, it's time for you to move on. It's time for you to get over it. Your journey is your journey. Your grief is your grief. And that is one thing that I learned, that nobody can tell me how long to grieve. You know, I can be fine. I can, you know, be driving down the road, something hit, the tears come, and I just embrace those, because that's my journey. That's my healing. And that's what I tell everybody. You can't tell people how long to heal, when to heal, because that's their own journey. And some may do it in 5 years, some may take 15, but that is your own personal journey.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
no one can take that from you. So.
Yeah. Because everybody's experience is different, and there is really no right or wrong way to get through it.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. But yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here. Like, how can people reach you if they're, you know, interested in working with you, getting you for interviews?
I am on Facebook at D Taylor Network, and then we're on Instagram as D Taylor Network. And my email is donnataylornetwork@gmail.com.
Okay, awesome. And once again, what's the name of your podcast?
It's called Hot Topics with Donna, and HOT stands for honest, open, and transparent.
Okay. And the book, is that on Amazon?
Amazon, yes. An Imperfect Marriage, Saved by Grace by Donna Taylor.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being
Thank
here
you.
and for sharing all
Thank
this
you.
great information with
Yes.
us.
Thank you for making it easy, because I was like, I was like stressed, and I was like, oh my God. But no, thank you, thank you, thank you. It's just another step to me being pushed out of my comfort zone. And thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Happy to help. And I will see you on the other side.
Yes, ma'am. You have a great week.
You do the same.
All right. Bye.
Bye-bye. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of May 2023, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shaney Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him, and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Genius is common. And my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sidelines and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
All right, there we go. Good evening, Black business. Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Lisa Bishop. Owner, founder, executive coach Lisa Bishop has inspired hundreds of leaders. The Bishop Concept is a full-service leadership development firm specializing in small business, individual contributor, and executive coaching, team building, workshop facilitation, motivational empowerment, diversity and inclusion, strategic planning, marketing, and communications. Their business model is centered primarily on authenticity and providing service designed to empower, enlighten, and energize. I present to you Lisa Bishop.
Hello. Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you doing, Lisa?
Good. Cannot complain on a Sunday before Memorial Day. This is awesome. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So, can you tell us a little bit about how you got started in this industry?
It's really interesting. Initially in my career, I was all about marketing and communications, and that was some time ago. And then once it moved into SEO and all about algorithms and less about people, I transitioned over into the human resources aspect that dealt more with people and engaging with those sorts of folks. And so that sort of set me on the stage and trajectory for coaching, leadership development, team building, that sort of thing.
Okay. So it definitely sounds like you would prefer to be more interactive and human than kind of standoffish and data.
Absolutely. In fact, that's kind of what I'm known for. I humanize leaders. You know, there are lots of leaders who do their craft incredibly well. They're technically sound. They've got the wizardry down to a science, but their people are often afraid of them and they can't seem to get them to perform and produce more. And in order to do that, they've got to be humanized. And I sort of help them with that.
Awesome. Very good. So what are 3 pieces of advice that you'd give a new leader in this marketplace?
I would say get to know your folks. You know who you are, know what your strengths are, know where your challenges are, but get to know your people. When you know your people and you know their strengths, they're more inclined to jump on board, provide you with the information that you need, go out of their way to go over that extra mile in order to get you what you need so that you perform and produce at an optimum level. When you know who they are, when you can speak to what they do, you understand what they contribute to the organization, it makes all the difference in the world. Because if I know that you care about me and I know that you understand what I'm bringing to the table, when it comes time for a crunch, I'm going to support you 1,000%. If you don't know who I am, if you haven't paid attention, if you're not interested and you don't seem concerned about the contribution that I make, I'm going to let you fall on your sword and see how you wind up, because there's going to be another leader in your place.
Right. So it kind of sounds like a leader's success is around connection and, how they're connecting with those people.
It does make a tremendous difference. You have to have your level of competence, right? There needs to be some passion that's in there, but you also need to know the organization as a whole and what they do, how they interact, what the culture of the group is. But within that culture are the people who execute the things that need to happen. So they respect you when you know your stuff. They respect you when you're passionate, and they respect you when you pay attention to who they are and what they contribute to the organization.
Okay. So could you tell me a little bit more about your own personal journey, through leadership?
It's been an interesting road, as most roads are. And journey is the right word. We often think, especially when I was young, that I wanted to go from here to the destination. Forget about a journey. Who cares about a journey? I don't have time for a journey. I want to get to where I'm going. I want to do what I need to do, and I want to make it happen. And there's no time for all of that stuff in between. One of the things that nobody really shared or emphasized that was important was having a mentor. And you need to have multiple mentors. You need to have a mentor who understands what you do. Need to have a mentor who believes in you as a person and your growth, because they're going to be with you for the long haul, right? You need to have a mentor sometimes that's younger than you. You need to have someone who's an expert in the field beyond what you do, so that you can ask the questions that you can't necessarily ask in a workplace. And that's where coaching kind of comes in, because oftentimes it's lonely at the top, especially once you become a leader. The friends that you had in the group, in the little clusters where you got to find out all the latest gossip and what was happening, when you walk by, all of a sudden the chatter stops. You're not privy to that information. You need to be able to know what's happening with your team. You need to know what's happening with your peers. You need to know what's happening with your leaders, and you need to know what's happening with the subordinates. So if you can walk across aisles, be dialed into information, people are open to share with you. Not only do you have your technical wherewithal and what it is that you need to do, but what's happening. There's a little weaving unspoken sort of thread that happens that's part of the mix that either makes this quilt fantastic or makes it fall apart. And if you're not dialed in, that's kind of what happens along the way. And when you go to school, when you're at a university, nobody's telling you about relationships. That is the furthest thing from their mind. Learn your craft, be smart, know what you know, and go get a job and do well, right? Isn't that what you're taught? Or was I the only person who was taught that?
No, me too.
That's what you're taught. Nobody said you need to develop some relationships. Nobody said get to know the people that you're involved with. When you're a new leader and you come into an organization, you are excited. You're excited because, as far as you're concerned, you've paid your dues, right? You got your credentials, you got your certificate, you got your diploma, whatever it is that you achieved in this sort of journey, if you will, going along. But nobody said, get to know the people before you start barking out orders about what needs to happen, because you're really in your mind only thinking about your goals. You're not thinking about the goals of everyone overall, and you don't understand when you first start out the impact of that, right? You just know you're smart, you got your goods, you can make this happen, let's do this. And then you walk away for your next list on your checkoff. And that's dangerous. That's part of my path, not understanding that, right? I didn't have a mentor early on. I thought I knew everything. Don't we always think we know everything? So you think you know everything, you're going to take the world by storm. Whatever happened before was in the past. In the olden days, they didn't know. I'm here, I know, I'm a badass, I can make this happen, whatever. You get egg on your face. You have a bit of humble pie that you have to not only chew but swallow. And as you learn those things, it makes all the difference in the world. Then you grow and you evolve. You get yourself a mentor or two. They share information, little anecdotes. You have to sort of know what to ask, and you also have to know to listen. That's another thing that's a huge nugget, if I could share with a brand new leader. Be able to listen, be open to listening, and be open, period. It does make a difference. Never think that you've arrived, because we're always learning, we're always growing, and we're always evolving. Makes a tremendous difference, right? Continue in your educational pursuits. Although I was laughing with a dear colleague of mine not too long ago, if I get another certification, I probably will scream. Well, I just got another one, right? I probably will get another one. At the time, you don't think so, but in this particular industry, things are evolving and changing. Post-pandemic, things are not like they were before the pandemic, and they're certainly not like they were in the 20th century. So 21st century dynamics are different than 20th century dynamics. Pre-pandemic dynamics are different than post-pandemic dynamics, right? There's always going to be something that makes you want to stay on the cutting edge of what's happening within the marketplace so that you can be effective, so that leaders can do what they do and what they do well, with also being able to kind of keep things in line where there's a balance. They're human. They know what they need to do. They know where they need to grow, but there's not often a sounding board that you can have in the workplace who's not going to use the information you share with them as a political tool when time for crunch comes, right? When there's something that critical that needs to happen, that information is going to be used against you rather than being a power source. When you have a coach, it gives you an opportunity to not only share, but there's Vegas rules. So that information stays with you and the coach. It doesn't go beyond that, but they look at the picture overall. You kind of get to have a mental dump, if you will, in a professional stance, of course. And then it's like, what are you interested in? What's working with you? What's not working with you? What do you want to focus on? And then we sort of set up a game plan and you create a development plan from there and you work on it for 90 days, 6 months, a year, what have you. And the results are incredible because when you're able to get out the angst and get on to the business of making your business happen, the sky's the limit. That's kind of my journey. Did that answer your question?
You really did. And I want to just kind of summarize for some people who may have gotten lost in that. So what I heard was mentorship, then connection, learning and growing, coaching, because that's kind of like your checks and balance system. Is that a nice summary?
In a nutshell, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Trying to make it easy for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So that sounds like there's a lot that you definitely experienced. And as you've gone through your journey and you've grown and you've learned and all these different changes and metamorphosis has happened for you, like, is there anything that you're like, if I really could, I would just take that and change it?
If there was something that I would change, it would be my mindset. My mindset was very definitive because I'm a planner and I set goals for myself. And when I put down my list, I'm kind of sticking to that. So early on, I wasn't as flexible as I am now. Now I will tell you, you kind of got to run with it and you have to be able to pivot and shift at any given time. This was the plan. We have to work the plan and rework the plan. And it's interesting because when you're young, that doesn't make any sense. But as you grow and evolve, it happens quite frequently. And in this day and age and in this climate, particularly, you have to be able to make those shifts at any given time, right? Nothing's necessarily cast in stone like it was before. You could count on, if you had a contract, it was going to go A plus B plus C, 1, 2, 3. Now it might go A and B. We're going to put C on hold. We're going to jump over to 3 and we'll come back to part A in the middle or sometime later on. It's just sort of the name of the game, at least in being an entrepreneur. Definitely, for sure.
Okay. Almost sounds like playing a game of Jenga. There you go. Take that one, put it over here.
Yeah. And it really can just sort of throw you off base. And what I call that in a professional stance is emotional hijacking. So when we get emotionally hijacked, you still have to be able to function. You still have to be able to smile. You still have to be able to perform, to produce, to say, okay, that didn't work. What am I going to do differently? How do I stay on track? How do I get back on board when I feel like I've lost my sea legs and continue to move forward and still save face, if you will, for lack of a better word. So, that's part of emotional intelligence, which is a huge phenomenon. And it's something that is absolutely necessary for any leader in this day and age. You have to know who you are. That awareness is key. Who am I? Do I know what happens when I make a mistake? And am I able to still function? Back in the day, you make a mistake, you fall apart, you think the world has come to an end, and you just, you want to bury your head, you can't do anything. Now it's like, okay, that didn't work so well. What else am I going to try? That's someone who is emotional intelligent, right? Emotional intelligence is, we're on this interview right now. What if the technology wasn't working and we still needed to be able to perform? Is Ms. Hicks going to be smiling if the technology isn't doing what it's supposed to do? Is Lisa going to be smiling? Is she going to be frustrated? How is that going to come across, right? Think about when you first started business and who you are right now.
Right.
Makes a difference, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Have to be able to pivot and shift.
So you brought up a really good point there with pivoting and shifting. And do you feel there are specific skills that help people, or of course, as they develop over time, to be able to do that more effectively?
It depends on your personality style and, whether you're someone who is direct and demanding and you need your information right now, or if you're someone who can kind of go with the flow, or if you're more systematic and methodical and logical. And if it doesn't make any sense, nothing's happening and you're going to talk to the hand, right? Or you just sort of laid back and contemplate and wait for somebody else to sort of share with you. But what I like to share with people, especially in a lot of my different trainings, there's an acronym, and I'm not certain where it came from, but I've adopted it. And it's called WAIT, WAIT, which stands for Why Am I Talking? It's a way to allow me to actually be dialed in and actively listen when someone is speaking. Because when you have the kind of personality like I do, I can say my part and your part and everybody else's part, and I don't have to hear anything in between, because in my mind, I already know where you're going and I'm across the street. Whether you got up on the curb or not used to not matter to me, right? But now I have the ability to be able to sort of do both of those things. But if I'm saying wait to myself internally, first of all, it almost makes me smile anyway, because it's like literally pausing, like stop. Let this person say what they need to say. How many people do you know will fill in the blank before you complete your thought? It happens every day in all kinds of situations, both professionally and personally. But if you adopt the WAIT mentality and approach, it makes all the difference in the world. And it gives you a chance to actually absorb what's being said so you can fully respond rather than reacting based on what you think they're going to say.
Right, absolutely. So you shared with us something that you would like to change about your own journey, but what is something you'd like to change about the industry itself?
The humanization factor, and not be so intently immersed in the technology, because there are people who are pushing the buttons for the technology. There has to be a thought process behind it. We're not robots yet. We're humans. And so in that, there is times where you are completely dialed in. There's times where you're trying to absorb information before you can understand what it is that you need to do. And so if you're aware of that and aware of who's on your team, who's involved in your process, it makes all the difference in communicating. The other thing is communicating effectively. I can't stress this enough. You need to be able to communicate. Somebody needs to understand where you're coming from. And if they don't, they also need to be able to say, hey, I don't understand. What happens in especially corporate America is a leader will share their information, their message, their town hall, their team meeting, what have you. And everybody's nodding their head. It's like they're nodding their head because they're polite and they want this to be over with so they can get back to work, so they can do what they really know how to do. Because as far as they're concerned, this person doesn't really know what the heck they're talking about, and it doesn't make much sense anyway. But nobody bothers to say, Ms. Hicks, could you clarify what you were saying? Nobody. They go back to the water cooler, they go back to the cube, they get on their Zoom blast or, whatever platform they have. And they was like, what was she saying? What was she talking about? And then they look to whomever that unofficial mayor in the group is. So, what was she saying? And whoever is the unofficial mayor in the group, that is the person that everyone gravitates to when they don't understand something, who seemingly is dialed in to both leadership and to what's happening with the individual contributors in the group, and will rely on that person's information 10 times more than the information that was conveyed in that town hall, in that leadership team meeting, what have you. Would you agree?
Right, absolutely.
And that becomes the gospel, which then turns into gossip then it takes on legs of its own, and the message that was conveyed may be completely misconstrued and nothing in line with what the delivery was supposed to do, simply because no one bothered to get clarification. So when I help people communicate better, both in coaching and in training and facilitation, one of the things that I say is, please get clarification when you don't understand, because we act upon whomever we consider the authority, right? So that unofficial mayor says, this is what we're supposed to do. Then everybody does what that person says. It gets back to the leader, and the leader is upset because nothing is what they thought was going to take place, because everybody nodded their head in the meeting, which to the leader means you understand, you get it, and they're on to their next task. They don't bother to say, does everybody understand? Or if they do, everybody just does that polite company.
Exactly.
Yeah, we understand. Now, hurry up, go on about your business so we can get back to work.
So in those situations, is there anything a leader could do to help ensure that that communication is clear, that people have that clarity, they know that they're in the right, track with the leader?
Start out by sharing what you're going to share. Tell a story, provide point A, point B, point 3 with reference, timetable, and then tell them what you told them. Tell them what you're going to tell them, set it up, provide stories, anecdotes, tips, timelines, step 1, step 2, step 3, Q1, Q2, Q3. Make it smart so that they know where they are. Wrap it up by sharing what they shared at the beginning. So essentially, the beginning and the end are exactly pretty much the same message. And then ask for questions. Is everyone clear? Does anybody have any questions on point number A? Does anybody have any questions on point number B? That will open up dialogue. But if you just do a blanket, any questions, first of all, it's scary and it's frightening, and nobody wants to feel like they're not too bright for asking a question. But believe you me, if you're in the audience and you have a question, your neighbor probably has the same question. You just happen to be the brave one to stand up to do it. If you're not so brave to be able to speak out on it in a team meeting, send a message, send an email, say something on behalf of your team. We got back and we had conflicting messages on how to move forward. Do you mind if I get a clarifying question? Ask, what about point A? When is it due again?
Right.
There's messages, there's methods, there's the message, and there's the messenger. And when we're communicating effectively, you have a message, it gets conveyed or transmitted, right? And then the people who receive that information, if it's favorable, you've got effective communication. And that means they understood what your message was. But if they don't, which 9 times out of 10 is the case, then you have ineffective communication, you have bottlenecks, you have cost overruns, you have duplication of efforts, you have hurt feelings, you have misunderstandings, all mean unproductive work, time wasters, money costing, right?
Right.
To get back on track, the clarification is clear. And a leader actually respects that, not accustomed to it, but when it happens, my goodness, the light bulbs just go off everywhere and there's great synergy.
Okay. I like that presentation of the effective communication being everybody's responsibility. It's not just the leader's responsibility, and it's
Correct.
not just the listeners.
That's right. That's right. There's an accountability factor that's there. And so if you are accountable and you set the culture for your organization to be accountable, that means that each person is responsible for the success of that organization, of that team, of that individual, right? If somebody has permission to make a decision, my goodness, wouldn't this world be a better place? How many times have we gone to a counter and they have to check with their supervisor, who has to check with that supervisor, who checks with that supervisor, even though they know what needs to happen?
Indeed.
That's a time waster. That's unproductive. You lose a customer. Your credibility is at stake. It's hurt for the customer, hurt for the person at the front line, and detrimental to the organization as a whole, because 9 times out of 10, the supervisor is not available.
All that we're nothing.
Just saying. Yes. So I provide trainings on that type of thing. Mm-hmm.
All right. So in your opinion, like, what makes a leader really shine?
The things that I learned just recently in this most recent certification that I just received, which is called being an extraordinary leader. It's competence, it's passion, and knowing about the organization. Do you know how to communicate? Do you know your craft? You know your craft, you're respected. But if you think about it this way, you can be the smartest person in the room, but if you don't have a personality and you don't have the wherewithal to say good morning, please, and thank you, and you don't know the names of, half of the people on your team, they're not going to support you. Right? So that level of not understanding is huge. If you don't have passion, it's demonstrated and it shows, but everybody has passion in their way. It's not one way, and it's not one size fits all. Each one has a different thing. There's some organizations that your technical wherewithal is absolutely everything. In some other organizations, your people skills are everything. The companies that are most successful combine the two of them together. They believe in their people, they support their people, they invest in their people, they provide them with the tools that they need in order to execute properly. It makes all the difference in the world. That's a place you want to come to work to. When I have the tools that I need to do effectively, when my boss supports what my efforts are, when I get along with my coworkers and the customers think that we're a delight, there's nothing better than that. That's magic. That's a sweet spot for sure.
Awesome. So thank you so much for taking your time to be with us today, Ms. Bishop. Can you just tell us really quickly, how can people get in touch with you?
Certainly, you can reach me on the web at www.thebishopconcept.com, or you can reach me on LinkedIn, Lisa P. Bishop. I'm a leadership development consultant and executive coach. My pleasure to be here. Nice meeting you. Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you too. Genius is common. We'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use Cash App with $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for the month of May in 2023, NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mulaney Shaney Global, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into to what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, to dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there is an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. And while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors in my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go in and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama. I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. People asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
So what we have to do is when we get in the spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Helen Hicks, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our final speaker for this evening is Dr. Eric Kelly III, Black Business Olympics. Dr. Eric Kelly III is an artist, entrepreneur, author, and innovator. He is the retired founder and CEO of Kelly Worldwide Advertising and Marketing Agency. He is the director of the Eric Kelly III Museum, an art museum dedicated to the art and collected writings of Eric Kelly III. Dr. Kelly co-founded the Black Business Expo in 1981. The goal of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarships and funds for students who are graduating from high school to attend college or to students who want to become entrepreneurs. Dr. Kelly's life goal is to impact businesses and corporations worldwide through economic justice. Dr. Kelly founded the Black Business Network that presents the Black Business Olympics broadcast, one of the largest Black business virtual events in the world. I present to you Dr. Eric Kelly III.
Hello, Helen Hicks. How you doing today?
Very good. How are you?
Well, you know, it's been a long week, but a great week for history. You know, first of all, even before you move or before you get off of here, I want to tell you a personal thank you for stepping in this evening and doing what we call double duty as you moderated during the week, and then you moderated again today. Thank you so very much for that. And you know what I'd like to say to you? Genius is common.
Give me
And
the
I'll see
last
you
part.
on the other
Thank
side.
you so very much. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening. You know, each time that I do this, it really just makes me boil and makes me overwhelmed with joy. Just the idea of a thought, just the idea of a thought, just the idea of a thought. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. And when we say in the world, we mean in the world. I would like to say to everybody before I get started, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for enjoying each one of our speakers as they share their greatness. As each one of our speakers looked inside of themselves and made a decision to step up to shape our young people's future. Many times that I get to this point, it's the last hour of the show. And I get to this point and I begin to think, what just happened? And the only word that I could just say is wow. We hear so many times that Black people cannot work together, that they can't share information, that they can't trust one another. But again, we've proven that wrong. There are Black businesses all over the globe who were on this platform and they sowed into our young people. Why do we do it? Why do the businesses show up? My great grandfather used to say, if you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. Henry Stansel, my daddy, as I always say, Henry Papa Stansel. You know, when I think about the Stansel family, I want to just give a shout out on a little history. When I think about the Stansel family out of Rockingham, Hamlet, Candor, and those spaces down as we call the country, it makes me think about my great grandmother who had 20 kids and my great grandfather who brought 10 to the party, over 30 kids. And I think about where we are going now. Then I think about my grandmother who one day walked into my office and said, you know, she'd like to see businesses, Black businesses and corporations get together and do business. And that was the beginning of the Black Business Expo, along with my mom's who continues to push me forward, to continue to cheer me forward, continue to press me to continue to do what I do. Frances Cagle. Yes, my mom's. I love her to death. All that I do is to make her smile. And as we talk about today, 7 days of business owners. And for those who are just tuning in and you're just getting me, well, you missed the steak. I am just the dessert. And when you do dessert is always sweet. And so that's what I'm going to give you in just a few minutes. I want to thank the chef, Chef Esther Sherrill, who cooked food for me so that I could sit in a chair for 12 hours a day and make sure that the Olympics was going well. You notice I didn't say successful. I say going well. Because when you begin to talk about success, you have to talk about the people who made it successful. There's no entrepreneur in this situation. There's no emotionalpreneur in this situation. In this situation, it's all love. Many people would watch this telecast and watch what we did and wouldn't realize that we'd had some great people behind the scenes. And before I start saying thank you to our speakers and our moderators, I want to say thank you to the team. I want to say thank you, team. Thank you for all that you have done, not only to motivate, inspire, and encourage me to continue on, but thank you for all the work that was handled. And when I say handled, I mean handled behind the stage. And the Black Business Olympics is a virtual Black Business Wall Street. As we've had speakers from all over the world to be on this broadcast. And for those of you catching it for the first time, this is our 5th one in this year. We started way back in 2020 when the pandemic hit with one. 36,000 people came. We started the following year in 2021 and we did 4. And then last year we did 6. And this year we're on number 5 of 12. As we continue to share business from across the globe, each day is themed. The first day is themed encouragement, inspiration, and empowerment. The second one is advertising, public relations, marketing, sales, merchandising. The third one is social media, AI, the metaverse, Bitcoin. And then, of course, the 4th one was diversity, equity, and inclusion, and of course, access. If you don't have any access to the money, it doesn't matter. Friday was Generation X versus Generation Z. Yesterday was Black Business and the Culture, and today was Black Business and the Future. My question to you, what are you going to do with your future? Why do we do it? Our young people are killing themselves at an alarming rate. Suicide. Mental health is real. As we look at 1 in 100 kids killing themselves daily. Black people right now are number 1 in suicide. And you got to ask yourself why. The reason we do the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarships for kids, to share with them that they don't have to be entertainers, singers, and dancers, and sports, and criminals. Not saying if you are a great basketball player, great football player, great singer, dancer, actor, don't do it, but have a plan, a strategy if you can't. We want to give out scholarships to these kids at the end of the year. Every donation that comes to us goes directly to the kids. Directly to the kids. That's why we do it. And now, as I get ready to look at the team, I always thank my great-great-grandfather who stopped me one day and said he wanted me to be a lawyer. I said I wanted to be an artist. And of course, one of the reasons that I play my art is so that you can see why the Black Business Olympics and the Black Business Expo is so important. Because that art and going to college on an art scholarship changed who I ultimately became. And that's what we want to do with kids and young people, is change what they ultimately are going to become and what they're going to do. Team members. Want to thank one young lady. She really dug in, stopped by, and said to us, I've been watching what you've been doing, and I want to serve. Want to thank Superwoman Business Services. Barina Morris. Want to thank her for all the work that she did in the background. The ultimate. I don't know which other word I can use. The ultimate virtual assistant. Doing great work, making sure that people got gold medals, making sure that people got the Black Business World Report, More importantly, making sure that people got their magazines, made sure that people were called, made sure that the fabric of this movement was held together in a way, held together with a word, and that word was called excellence. Want to thank the chairman of the board, Gerald Stone, as he continues to give me a call and make sure that my mind is right and I'm going down the same path. Want to definitely thank him. Want to thank another young lady, Madeline Ann Lewis. Yes, indeed. And when I say Madeline Ann Lewis, I want to take a pause because this happens to be a time of celebration for people who served in the armed forces. I want to congratulate each and every one that served, because without you, the freedom that we have today, we would not have. And when I think about Madeline Ann Lewis, I have to think about Kat Cacciardo, who also was one of our speakers. Want to thank her for her great work. And want to thank Margie McLean. Margie McLean made sure all of our speakers had appointments on their calendars and made sure that we had information out. She handled our PR. And then I want to thank Kimberly McLean. No, they're not sisters, but both of them are powerhouses. Both of them are powerhouses. Want to thank both of them. As Kimberly, who I say she looks under the hood of the internet and makes sure that all of our information is going where we say it wants to go. Now, as I begin to talk about thanking our speakers and our moderators, many people don't understand that the moderators are the lifeblood. They are the coursing blood. They are the ones that make everybody feel good. When you watch the show, one of the things that you will notice that when our moderators come on, they bring energy, they bring excellence, but more importantly, they bring, as the young people say, the noise. Want to thank, first of all, want to thank Pamela Marshall, who did a great job on Monday. Want to thank Cordelia Gaffar. Want to thank Debbie Hood. You know, Debbie Hood, yes, she did a double 2 times. Really like it. Want to thank Helen Hicks, who was a moderator early this week. Raj Jones, and you know, when my moderators were moderating and they were leaving their house, leaving their work where they was working at, going to other places, and still getting to their homes in time to come on again and continue to moderate. Want to thank Tanya T. West. You know, when I start thinking about these moderators, I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Because you know, and I'll always say, hold it to my head, not to my heart. Want to thank Alicia Collins and Grant McGaw from Omaha. And of course, last month, Grant McGaw won the silver medal, as we had Ramona and the gold medal team, that's Ramona Rogers, and the gold medal team to win last month. Now, there are a couple of people that I definitely want to thank. I want to thank Mark Lee, the engineer for Pod TV, along with Nick. I got to get it right. Nick Pal Levita. Want to thank him also. And I want to also thank Dr. Tabron of STEM City, who allowed us to be in his metaverse. Unbelievable. Want to thank Marsha Jews from Keeping It Moving TV, as she definitely continues to not only support us, but make sure we have speakers. Of course, we want to thank Bruce George. Genius is common. I'm going to say it again. The Genius is Common movement is a movement that has been a great movement for what we've been able to do. And now, with no further ado, let's thank the stars of the show. I want to thank a lady by the name of Dominique Milton of the Carolina Minority Supply and Development Corporation, one of our sponsors, as she did a fireside chat with Ron Carey. Then, of course, I want to thank Tanya T. Wise. And Tanya T. Wise was a really, really superstar, as she not only spoke, she actually moderated. And she moderated today and did a double. Thank you, Tanya T. West. Pamela Marshall followed her with a fireside chat, and she talked about being the peace goddess, which she is. I want to thank Chelsea Allen. And Chelsea talked about stagnation to activation. Wow. Melanie Perry, want to thank Melanie Perry. Derek A. Adams, want to definitely thank him. Want to thank Coach Kimberly Williams, who again talked about emotional intelligence. Want to thank Evie Edwards. Always thanking Evie Edwards. She's just a joy to work with. Angela Baptiste, want to thank her as she talked about goal setting. I believe it was goal setting in the 21st century. Want to thank Dr. Stephanie Audrey, who finished up Monday night, and she talked about wellness, mind, body, and soul on Tuesday. And of course, that was Monday. And on Tuesday, when we had the advertising, public relations, sales, merchandising, Vicki Lee Parker of the, I want to make sure I get this right, of the North Carolina Business Council, as she did the State of Black Business, followed by Jonathan Boyd, who talked about navigating to become a CEO. And then, of course, we had Renata Brown, as she always does, as Renata had a great time with us this time. Tandra Price, and of course, Tandra Price talked about networking and marketing. Want to thank Sophia Evans, Jacobson Shamara, all the way from Australia. And you know, if I start saying where everybody's from, I'm really going to get in trouble. Want to thank Abba Cooper and Miss Jawan Williams. Of course, we want to thank Marvin Wilson. Want to thank Lafayette Taylor. Want to thank Tango Kamiko. Want to thank JL the Genius, or as we say, Jerron Walters. Of course, we want to thank Martin Pratt, who spoke again this morning at 12 o'clock, or I should say this afternoon at 12 o'clock. Want to thank Martin Pratt. Yes, Black LinkedIn is thriving. Dr. Sandra Wall Williams, as she said to many of you, you need to get a mentor. Then, of course, following her was the $1 Million Grant Maker. She fundraises for the stars. Want to thank Dr. Barbara Wright, followed by Melissa Perkins, who talked about the Indigo approach. Of course, we want to thank Jerry Smith, Lady Rosalind Jones. We want to also thank Chrissy Johnson, the product label, or excuse me, not the product label queen. Then, of course, my son, Alan Thornton, talked about the money for your mission. Tamisha Thomas, Dr. LaToya Smalls, and, of course, Grant McGaugh from Omaha. I want to thank these speakers, because without these speakers, this just wouldn't happen. That's why I'm taking my time out and thinking about it and expressing thank you for what you've done all week. Then Dr. Michelle Boone Thornton. Yes, indeed. You know, she talked about being the unmasking guru, as she has her new book out. And then, of course, Sydney Wormsby. Sydney Wormsby also moderated. And, you know, when you have a gentleman like a Sydney Wormsby who constantly calls you during the week and say, how can I help? How can I serve? Want to thank you, Sydney. Then, of course, Cordelia Garfar, I said earlier, she moderated and she spoke. And then Darlene Brown with the fireside chat that was just amazing. Then Mr. Green, William and Adia Jackson, who talked about integration of the metaverse for your business success. And then you can't have business success without raising capital. And Kyle Freeman talked about raising capital. And then Delenia Winston, who talked about the importance of life balance. And as I said before, Kat Cachado, thank you so very much. Cadet, this young lady right here, Miss Muhammad, she was working on a job. And she was working on that job, and I gave her a call, and she said, Eric, I'm coming, but I got a deadline. And she talked about how to scale to 7 figures with marketing automation. And then, of course, on Thursday night, the Queen, Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, who talked about show up to rise up. Then, of course, Friday morning was one of those mornings where we had the guy, we call him Coach Trey Bell, who came in and really broke down some historical information about business. And then he talked about the partnerships, the friendships to essential life and peace. Want to thank Dr. Rhonda Wood, RMW Global Enterprise. She talked about mental health. And then that gentleman again, the young man, sat down and he talked about building generational wealth through angel investment. Reverend Dwayne A. Cormina, I Have a Dream Home. Now, I want everybody out here to make sure that you go to ihaveadreamhome.gold and look at what he's doing. And some my speakers are going to say, well, you said his email, you need to say mine. Well, one of the things that I know can happen if I don't say your email, that your email and your information is on the Black Business Olympics for the next 30 days. So everybody will get it. And of course, I want to thank Mark Anthony Cook. And Mark talked about crypto and artificial intelligence and did a fireside chat. And, great guy. Then, of course, Tressa Chambers in her fireside chat. And her fireside chat was really, really, really more than exciting as she talked with Bettina Bird. And then Bettina Bird came on and she was one of our moderators. And oh my goodness, what a marvelous job she did. And then the guy, the voice of the Black Business Olympics, the voice of Black Business Expo, the voice of many of our commercials, Mark Neely. Mark, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then in South Africa, we had a gentleman, we call him Prince Ehon. And I know he's going to say I chopped his name up, but he knows that I know that he knows that I know that he did an awesome job. And following him was Ivanka Farabee. And as Ivanka Farabee gave us the noise, then at 4 o'clock, and I know you're wondering, how did I know the time? Well, this gentleman, Dr. Tyrone Tabron, STEM City, USA, has been with us for the last 3 years. So anytime he speaks, I know what time he's going to speak. Then we had Carol West. After her was Mark Blocker. And Mark Blocker, the young man who was on Forbes magazine, did an outstanding job. Followed by Miriam, Lane Hippolyte. And she's a young lady that did not look her age. Beautiful young lady, did an awesome job. Then on Saturday morning, we had Grant McGough from Omaha to be our moderator. And we had all the way from London, we had Joan Wade Niles, followed by Elena Zachary Ross. And then LeJune Singleton, followed by Jeff Ingram. And I tell you, that was an outstanding group of speakers, followed by the guy with the pitch deck, a gentleman by the name of Gary Thompson, followed by Bernicia Winters, and then Kathy Greggs and Michelle Pettis. You know, as we move on Saturday, we had Helen V. Hicks. And I tell you, when I say her name, man, she really did a great job. She did about maybe 4 or 5 side chats a day, and they were magnificent. Then, of course, Tamara Houston. Want to definitely thank her. And then on today, you know, when you talk about a day, when you look at this whole week and you talk about today, greatness was shared. I continue to talk about that $11 trillion in our market, the $11 trillion that we have as Black people. I continue to talk about it. But if we don't have any leadership, if we don't have any service, if we don't have any vision, any strategy, we cannot use it. And so this morning, we started out with the good bishop, Daryl Anderson. And then following Daryl Anderson, we had Virgil Thornton, who brought in leadership, executive leadership. You know, I want you to think about that, leadership. Who are you leading? What type of leadership are you showing or sharing with these young people? And then we have Barina Morris, better known as Bree, Superwoman Business Services. I want y'all to remember what I said, Superwoman Business Services. She does more in a day than many people do in a week. Followed by Tiffany Richardson. And then, of course, we had Martin Pratt to come back, and Tanya T. Wise spoke a second time. You know, I know those gold medals that we're going to be giving out, gold, silver, bronze, people were going for the gold. Then, of course, Sharita Carthorne, who just did the Power Brand Conference. A success. And then Dr. Ebony Hatter. You know, I say she had the smile of an angel. She came in and she talked really, really practical about thinking big, about how she makes the companies that she works with her own company. And then, of course, as we moved on into the evening, we had a young man who talked about branding, who talked about emotional brand by the name of Eddie Ejeezy. And then, of course, we had Donna Taylor, who talked about the pros and cons of entrepreneurship. And then the star, she talked about it, empowerment, professional leadership. And her take was very, very serious as she went from a different point of view of all of us are leaders. Let's not sit back and let one person lead. Ask the question and let all of us lead. That's really what it's all about. And then again, at the end of the day, I get my opportunity to say, thank you. Thank you to all of the speakers, because without you, this would not happen. As you move into your life and into your day and into your business, I want you to think about this. Why are you in business? What do you want to gain? When will you start? Why do you do what you do? What makes you unique? How do you serve? Notice I didn't say how do you help, I said how do you serve? Please remember, if you give people what they want, they will give you what you want. And so the Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world, want you to understand that we had speakers from all over the globe speaking. And the key to speakers all over the globe speaking, it showed that our fabric is strong, that we can do business together, that we can show our kids that entrepreneurship is undefeated, that they can get scholarships. And you know, when you begin to talk about scholarships, the question always is, what did you do? Did you donate? Did you do anything to serve these kids? Did you do anything? I want to pause for a moment and think about that. Did you do anything to serve these kids? Think about that for a moment. We went all week like a university. All week like a university, like a school, like a test. And that test was to share with you what you can do as a business owner to be greater, to be better. Many of our speakers that showed up with different businesses so you could see how they thought, how they felt about their business. But the one common denominator was this. They came to share with the world what they do, how they do it, why they do it, when they do it. That's what's important in our community. The community is no longer going to be pushed back in the box after the pandemic. We are out here now. And now it's a global marketplace for businesses all over the world. So what are you going to do? Are you going to stand up and reach across the pond, reach out to Africa, reach out to North America, South America? When you really understand what the age group is right now. Somebody asked me the other day, Dr. Kelly, why do you think our kids are committing suicide? And I simply said, because our kids are being raised by the internet, by the TV, by the radio. How can you say that? Where the mothers are getting younger and younger and younger. The fathers are getting younger and younger and younger. And so what happens? The grandmothers are getting younger and younger. How can you raise when you don't even understand what life is about? So as we embark on what we call the Black Business Olympic movement, we want you to think about being a speaker, as we're going to be doing this the last week in June, which is going to be halfway home. You know, I am so excited. I'm so excited. Let me tell you why. I'm excited because as I open up, I said a thought was thought. And that thought was to create a platform for business owners, Black business owners, to speak on 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. No interruptions. Not to do like other platforms and record everything and put it on the platform. We've already had over 2,800 speakers to speak on the platform. We could just take that information and just put it on us on the network, and we have enough information where it would be 365 days of the year, 24 hours a day. So we've accomplished it already. So what we're doing now is we're working on doing it live. And if you want to be live, and of course, you know, our numbers will be everywhere, 919-308-9090 to speak. But the most important thing for what we do, why we do it, how we do, when we do it, where we do it is We do it to change the mindset of Black people, Black businesses, and young people. Because when we can do that and we can join together, not only to celebrate, but join together to earn money, that's what it's all about. As I look at my age and start thinking about all the things that I had an opportunity to do as I grew up to be this man that I am, I always think about why. Why did I get a chance to sit in this chair? Why did I get a chance to be on radio, television, and newspaper back in the day? Why did I have a great grandfather who was a wealthy man who said his money was his money? And if I wanted some money, I need to learn how to think. And that thinking was the ultimate for reaping any rewards of money. It's one thing we can't take back, and that's time. And so these 7 days and these speakers who have given you their time, don't just not come back and look at it. Continue to look at it all year long. Because if you're in business, I am sure one of our business owners have said something that can turn the light on in your mind so that you can do great business. Now, as I begin to close, I want you to think about this. Where are the Black businesses? Do you know where the Black businesses are? I'm going to ask you again, and I want you to sit there and I want you to think about it for a moment. Do you know where the Black businesses are? If the answer is no, ask yourself why. Ask yourself why. I guarantee, and I don't do many guarantees, but I guarantee there's a Black business in your city, in your state. You have to understand when you go and support a Black business, you are supporting the lifeblood of a family. When you go and buy groceries at a Black store, when you go and buy clothes at a Black store, when you go and support a Black business owner, whether it's online or in person, you are supporting a Black family. I want you to think about that for a moment and ask yourself why I don't know where the Black businesses are in my town. Now, if you don't know, this is a good time for you to begin to look around and see what's happening. Because if we are $11 trillion community, and the average age all over the world is 27, 28, North America is 20, 28, Europe is 27, Africa really is 14 over a billion people. Canada is 27. South America, Brazil is 29. If that is the number, and we are a $1 trillion community, why can't we take that money and put it into those 29, 27, 26, 25-year-olds who are our legacy? Why not? I am not going to sit here and say that we don't want you to donate. We do. But we want you to donate in a manner that changes somebody's life. Not in a manner that changes how you feel with pocket change, but how you feel to change somebody's life. These kids and these young people are looking for us to help them. They're looking for us to reach out to them. They're looking for us to show them the way. But what are we doing? The word innovation, the word GPT, the word AI, the metaverse. In 5 years, these words will be obsolete. What are we going to do about it? How are we going to address suicide in our communities, where our kids are being bullied, where our kids are being beaten, where our kids are not being fed properly? What are we going to do? That's why we do the Black Business Olympics, because we want the kids that watch to see Black people in action, to see Black people in their glory, to see Black people doing what they do. I want to thank my sister, Lisa Williams, who always tells me that I can do it. Again, I don't want to forget anybody, but when you start thanking people, you're going to forget somebody. Like I said earlier, hold it to my head, not to my heart, because I love each and every one of you. As one speaker said to me tonight, wow, this is history. And as I talk about history, I want to talk about a gentleman by the name of Benjamin Banneker, Carter G. Woodson. These were giants. These were giants. Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, who said at his last speech, he feared he had led his people into the jaws of hell. And it was only till he began to talk about economic justice was there a problem with his movement. They saw the future. They were planning for the future. They left us way too soon. But because they left us, they did leave us with an indelible mark of excellence, of movement, of understanding, of brilliance. Definitely want to say, as you look at George Washington Carver, who with one peanut made over 300 products, Madam C.J. Walker, who had a university and products everywhere. You got to wonder, what are you going to do? How are you going to show up? We talk about the 80-20 rule. 80% of everything gets done by 20% of the people. Who are the 20% out there that's going to donate to these kids and show them the value of what school and entrepreneurship is all about? Never do I do when I was in school. Never do I do when I was in college. Never do I do when I was in business. Because right now, all of that is irrelevant. What's important is that we share our resources with each other, with business owners, and these young people. Because at the end of the day, if we don't value our value, then our value will not be valuable. And with that being said, I'd like to bring back up a young lady who's been with us all week, a young lady who's done outstanding work. I'd like to bring up Helen Hicks. Welcome back, Miss Hicks. Welcome back.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. I really appreciate those words of appreciation and inspiration. A wonderful job tonight. So your genius isn't common, but genius is common. We'll see you on the other side.
Well, before we get out of here, we got about 5 minutes to go. And the only reason I brought 5 minutes, I wanted to ask you, because you did fireside chats. I'm going to do a fireside chat here, a few minutes. You were here all week. What did you get out of this week?
Oh, wow. So I moderated a few times, so I heard some of the speakers. I think one of the ones that really stuck out to me was just leadership in organizations. Like that seems to be a really, really hot topic, in terms of just business and the business environment these days, and trying to get leaders on the right track. And, I really appreciated, I believe it was Lisa Bishop saying that, good leaders need to be connected. It's not just about having a business plan. It's about, having relationships. And, being a counselor myself, that's what I do. It's all about relationships.
Well, we definitely want to thank you. It's been a great ride. 7 days. I had a good friend of mine by the name of Tyrone Poole to say, Dr. Kelly, what is success for you? And see, when you read the dictionary and you know what the definition of success is, the answer is easy, because success is the continual spiral to a worthwhile goal. That's what success is. So when he asked me that question, I said, let me tell you something, Ty. When I start on Monday and I get to Sunday, that's success. Because we started out with one speaker. We moved to 145 speakers during the week, and we got to this juncture, this space. That's a success, because our goal is 365 days, and now we're on month 5, which means that we're on a continual, worthwhile motion to a worthy goal. And so with that being said, I'd like to say to each and every one of you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because today, as the boys in California say, was a good day. And again, want to thank you. Of course, my engineer, want to thank Mark Lee. Again, want to thank Pod TV. Want to thank all of the people that were involved. And as we say when we leave out of here, I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am
Black business.
Black business. Good night.
Good night.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.